Hello, everybody. All right, I'm here, and today I really want to go over um, and write my script on creating accessible web links. Yeah, accessible web links. So, you know, normal HTML, we could just put a random anchor tag and fill it with an href attribute, and then put some information in between, like, this put it around like a here, like a href, and then put Google like that. Definitely do that, but sometimes it might seem very jarring to assist assistive technologies, and since the web is super, let's say, resistant to breaking, there's default behavior that allows screen readers to catch these links, and that's totally fine. Um, but for the most part, it can be better. So I'm here to describe some strategies on how assistive technologies, how improving this basic link can overall help user experience. And the thing about it is like it's the WCAG 2.2 standards for links in particular don't really focus on so much on assistive technologies. They mostly focus on visual representation. And so there you could see um, that how you style your links actually matters. How you, I didn't really touch on this with tables per se. I didn't really want to touch on stylizing, like visual styling, because that's a whole topic in of itself. But maybe it is kind of disingenuous for me to exclude it. So for now, for now, I'm going to maybe try and see how the table format works. So like the table format kind of displayed like, oh, a basic table, and how to build that up to become accessible. And for this, for links in particular, like you really have to modify the link to make it inaccessible. So um, it's something that I'm thinking about right now. Something that I'm thinking about right now. How to structure the video, because essentially, if um, you typically have just an href tag, that would be href attribute with your anchor tag. That would be just enough for a majority of the situations that you might come across. And so And so yeah, uh, we'll see. We'll see what the WCAG standards say, and let's see if our link matches up to it. So yeah, it's quite weird. Um, for, yeah, for the most yeah, like this topic, typically you would kind of say, okay, like HTML's already robust, you know. The browser, the web experience is super robust. If you have, let's say, um, improper HTML5 formats, and maybe you forget to close a tag, eh, the browser has a very good way to extrapolate. Okay, like this is supposed to be where it closes. Let me close it there. But obviously, that behavior um, differs from browsers, but also, you know, it doesn't break your whole website. It doesn't um, it doesn't not allow your user to not use your website. So um, yeah, there's this funny thing that I said. I was like that I thought of like for the web is kind of like why be right when you could be wrong? And I was like, oh my gosh, maybe that's like the philosophy, right? But because of that philosophy, it kind of um I think it kind of shaped the way some people thought about user experience, and maybe like because people have different notions about user experience. Uh, it or what I'm trying to say is that interpretations of let's HTML or like how the browser works altogether, it's very subjective. But if we can make it as I don't want to say harmonious, but I want to say if we can make it as um I don't know the word, but what I'm thinking like I'm not really because what I'm thinking about is that the web can be changed, and there's so many things in the future that can happen and that can ultimately, change the web for the better. Sometimes it can be bad, sometimes it can be good, but the basic foundations are there, such as I think everything will be broken down into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Like those fundamental parts of the web browser, it aren't going anywhere. So I don't think, it's wise for me to say that there should be like a harmonious experience. But, it's so malleable that like people have their own interpretations, or maybe like they learned um, from an old reference that this is how you should do things. I mean, of course, what I'm trying to create right now, like it will be outdated. So, and that's totally fine. I think right now, what I'm trying to get out of this is basically have an updated reference on what the current potentials are in the web browser. And um, yeah, I always think that the future has some things to hold that is so that's new and exciting. So I'm trying to start with the building blocks, and maybe that's holding me back. I'm not sure. But I do want to start with the building blocks. I do want to start with HTML5. I don't think HTML5 is going anywhere soon. Like like how XML was updated to HTML. Um, so essentially, yeah, like this is. I'm hoping that this would not really last forever, but I'm hoping that this would start have a foundation on how give a foundation on how the current 2024 um web is, or what's capable of the web. And I kind of want to finish by May. So May 30th would be the last would be like basically the deadline that I've deployed all of these ideas, these structures out, because I think it's missing in many ways. Sometimes it's kind of like user experience of a certain demographic might be like not thought of, and so I kind of want to shine a light there. What the web APIs, um, the web APIs by itself are trying to be as accessible as possible, but it's up to the developer to make it, you know, holistically accessible. And yeah, I'm trying to put that forward. I've seen a lot of YouTube videos on how to create like a React app accessible. Like maybe I should put the most like up to date framework and make that ecosystem accessible, but this is HTML, so what that means is that this works for all frameworks. Like if you know how to make a component in React, right? This is basically JSX, right? So these attributes with programmable attributes in JSX, it's basically the same output, HTML. And so if you know this, then you would know for React uh, and I think any other framework, really. React is the only one I can name right now because I use it. Um, Not really React per se, but Next.js, which is, I think it's called a superset of React. So, um, more functionality, but the same, core concepts. So, yeah, that's the dilemma that I'm thinking of right now and am wondering. But I think going back to my original goal that I want to, create a web resource, a video web resource on how to make things accessible. I think that is my main goal. And that's where I really want to put, put some free resources out there. I think for the most part, like these WCAG 2.2 standards, like they're not at the most common level. Like if you're learning the web, they're not really talked about, and I think that's such a huge shame because at the end of the day, like what you want for your website is that the most number of users, you know, can use your website. And maybe if you're not thinking about that and you just want a fast product, like you kind of overlook that um, at some points. And I think that's a shame. I, for me, I want to make the argument that it doesn't take much to make your web experience more accessible, um, and it shouldn't be an afterthought. So that's the type of argument that I want to make, and that's the type of argument that I want to put out. Um, right now, I'm just a little stuck. Like I'm a little bit of a rut. I was thinking about, okay, what if this? What if that? Right? Like I took the day off yesterday to kind of uh, reflect and just have like a grounding day. Like, okay, like what did I, what have I done so far? What can I improve? And also that's that I could easily do after reflecting on the tables, video, how to make tables accessible. Like, what can I do? Like, am I steering in the right direction? I think I am, but I want to steer more in the right direction. And so the questions of how to structure the video, um, the table structure maybe can be an archetype. Um, Maybe applying accessibility to the more popular frameworks might be another thing as well. Yeah, there's so many things that, that I want to do, that I want to have more eyes on, like maybe this is a niche and that's totally fine. Like, and plus I'm practicing, right? Like I'm not going to be perfect, but I do want to practice. So maybe this is my practicing era, my noobish era, and that's totally fine. But yeah, these are the questions that I'm trying to like answer right now. Like, is the format good? Um, what am I trying to get out of this? Right? There's is that selfish part of me where I'm just like saying it doesn't take much, to improve the user experience for the web, and I'm trying to put that out as much as I can. And it's so valuable because maybe just that small change can help, like that mass amount of people. And that's what I want to give out. And maybe for the tables portion that's something that I could have done better. But we'll see. I think tables can be so complex, right? And I think there there's so many things that you can do to make such a huge improvement, right? So that's what I, want. Um, but yeah, but yeah, like for the most part, I think even though Microsoft has such like um a bad name, I think in the industry for how bloated their software is, I do think they've taken, you know, they their software all by itself, like the Microsoft Suite, they have the best software, out of the big tech industries, right? Google Mail doesn't compare, can't compare to Office, right? Like their search function is by far immaculate, and their tagging system all the way to their accessibility. I'd say Microsoft Microsoft has it hands down. Like Google cannot compare. And that's a huge thing. And they've taken so much strides to um, the accessibility portion as well. Some things just work, which is kind of crazy. Uh, like their interoperability with their own software is just also crazy. So I don't know. To me, I'm okay paying that small premium for the Microsoft suite, and yeah, they have so many features. And if you like step back and think about all the features that they do have, and that improves the quality of life, yeah, I'd say it's one of the best. Okay, let's see. Off with that tangent. I do want to talk about the links, right? The links. How to make links accessible. There's different archetypes of links, right? Like a picture, logo can be a link. Words can be a link. What else? Like an advertisement. Oh, there's different types of links as well. Like types of links. So like phone, like web browser, web page, phone number, and email. A lot of different types of links, right? Just understanding and knowing that these are there. So there's attributes. So for attributes, I don't know off the top of my head, but the Mozilla resource, you know, super good, super good at interesting. There's a link element. That's not the link that I want. Anchor tag. Yeah, they have like a holistic resource here. Oh wow, it could SMS too. That's kind of crazy. So like, yeah, there's just so many, types of hrefs here. And okay, me being under the like having a cybersecurity background, this A tag, is so deep. I mean, this anchor tag can reach depths where it is scary. Um, if you don't know, if you didn't know, emails are essentially glorified web pages. And you didn't know. If you didn't know, that's pretty much what they are, right? Glorified web pages that you send to each other. And that might blow your mind, but that's basically what they're built on, which is crazy. Um, yeah, your email service, Outlook, Gmail, whatever, is basically a glorified web browser inside of your browser or like software, and you're just trying to use web pages to send mail, which is kind of funny. I mean, to me, it's kind of funny to think of it that way. But yeah. So what's scary? What is scary, right? Is that because it's built on the web, right? Like any malicious web page, right? That you can just load in particular, just load. Um, and it could, let's say scrape all your cookies, or it could just do it like a traversal, a route traversal attack. It could be done through email. So, um, being aware, just being aware about that. It is like understanding how deep the web goes, right? So when something affects the web, right? Like how basically HTML works, how whatever works, it affects so many facets of, the number of people in the industry. So, yeah, just being careful and just understanding that is like eye opening. Yeah, there's so many things, so many things. You just go if you just dig a little deeper, dig a bit deeper, you could find that just so many technologies. You know, I call it glorified. It's super glorified. So like it's just a glorified web page. You're just sending each other web pages. When you respond to somebody, like reply, yeah, it's a glorified web page. Like forward, oh, you just forwarded a web page to somebody. Kind of funny, but yeah, for the most part, it's just that the web page, the compiler. I don't really call it a compiler. The interpreter for HTML is just so robust that why rewrite? Why rewrite it? Like just make a what's that called? An HTML uh, producer and use the HTML um, just I call it the decoder, and then just bam, you have a pretty robust system there. It's pretty hard to break, pretty hard. But that means if you can take advantage of it, it's pretty easy too, and you have such a wide net, right? And that's why the web is so important, so important. That's just only in the security standpoint, right? Okay, so back to links, even though links there's so much depth to them. So there's attributes, right? Attributes to these links. Understanding these attributes, right? Attributes are essentially custom, right? These are custom properties that you could attach onto these tags, but these properties, some of them have behavior, right? For all browsers. So the behavior, default behavior are these that we're looking for, right? That's pretty much it. And some APIs, I suppose you could say, some frameworks use custom attributes, right? You can customize, add properties where you see fit, like JSX, huge. Component of this, but component of custom attributes, and you can stick on any attribute and it won't break, right? It won't do anything. It's just there to be read, right? You could access it through JavaScript. Maybe there's like a better way of accessing, but that's a moot point. You can only access it through JavaScript. If you know any other ways of accessing attributes, let me know. But at the end of the day, it's basically JavaScript. Okay. So they can use, so the href, most common uses of it, href lang, hints at the human language of the URL. Okay, ping. So space separated list of URLs. If things follow, the browser send a post request with the body ping, typically for tracking. Interesting. We're learning a lot. So referrer policy. Yeah, there's just so much depth, right? Like I want to make it as simple as possible. This could be a whole entire like cybersecurity like lecture all in it of itself. Like this. You could like unpack it. Oh, look at that. There's a missing header there. But that's fine. Okay, there could be so many. You're just dissecting the web. Yeah, so I specified my goal now, right now. It's just basically to get rid of, the common attributes. Like that are there. Get rid of the common attributes that are not relevant to creating a better user experience. But the thing is that I don't want to just like funnel everybody into that. And so like that's why I'm using, whoops, That's why I'm trying to reference, not that, this as well. This is the Walcott quick reference. Basically what I used, and sometimes I take some out because they're not relevant. For the most part, the stylization of the table does matter, but I didn't really include that in my video. Okay, let's look at links. Yeah, just distinguishable, use of color, keyboard, focus order, link purpose. Link purpose in context. Link purpose, link only. Label, how do you label? Okay, concurrent input mechanics. Yeah. Okay, so triple A. What do I want for links? This is probably like the huge in-depth, like, super in-depth, just wondering. So I'm trying to build out a narrative, right? And just use an anchor tag. Okay. I'm reading. Okay, in addition of the ways, okay, of getting that technique to work, each technique that Tesla helps authors verify that they implemented the technique properly. So the technique is essentially this adversary techniques to improve accessibility. I think what they're trying to say is that adversary techniques, depending on what you do with the anchor tag, with the link, there's standard and non-standard ways, you know. I think one, for example, that comes to the top of my head is an anchor tag that has no href, and only when you click on the link that the href will be filled through JavaScript. And that's where this whole idea, you know, is it's kind of centered around. It's like giving the user as much information up front as possible. And let's say if like you can be super malicious, right? You can trick the user into clicking on a link that they thought was like a see more, read more type of deal. And you just sent, once they click on it, you sent them to like an ad. Super malicious. Or another link, quote unquote. So anytime the href tag isn't filled in and is filled in only after it's being clicked on, that would mean it's a fail. in this case, right? Because that's just sick. You're sick and you should get help. Kidding. Some people actually don't know, and some people look at it and they say that it's just how their system works. It's how their framework was built on, and that's totally fine. But it's not fine today, right? Like that's why we have these WCAG standards. But it's quite funny because like right when you click on the link, right? Um, you can just be like, okay, when it's on focus, right? Just change the link right before they would click on it. That would fail too. And that's why there needs to be people who check these. And you could say code can check it. The code can check if the code can read the JavaScript and create like a whole framework on, okay, how does the web work all together, and interpret everything just as such as the browser, right? That can totally work. But unfortunately, unfortunately it's not widespread yet, right? Because this topic is not really talked about. And support, I think the support overall, it's very niche. So no wonder. And that's fine. Yeah, things that like, once you it's kind of like a cat and mouse again, because like, let's say you do have like event listener. You could like list all the event listeners, like, okay, let's see if this is on change because this has to go through JavaScript by itself, right? So it funnels through the basics, right? It funnels through the browser, right? Like the browser has to read JavaScript at the end of the day and attach these functions to the web. And so if you think of it that way, like that's pretty much how it'll work. And the thing about is like assessing what the function does. I think um right now I think it's easier for a human to read than for an AI to interpret and give a pass or no pass. For now, I do think AI can play a huge portion in this. That's it's not far fetched. So yeah, I do think it's something. But I think at the end of the day, educating everybody about what the AI does, can do, is important. But in my perspective, people hide their techniques all the time, and I think it's a shame, right? It's a shame because these techniques are just brilliant. They're so brilliant, and if they could if it was just masked, right? Like if it touched the lives of multiple people, if it could have, it would have changed so many people's lives. And I think um, specific techniques, as such as coding techniques, I think sometimes just die and to be rediscovered again. I don't know. It's like the what's that called? The wake. The one, what's that called? The one algorithm that like changed gaming forever. Like all the game engines basically use that one technique because it's so efficient, so effective that it's just a good estimation or a good approximation of the square root law. And so yeah, um, but that also means that you can exploit that too because it's an estimation. But just understanding that it is an estimation, not an exact. Maybe there is side effects on estimation, so we'll see. But yeah, like I said, the web is so vast and so interweaved into everything that's hard to say. It's hard to say, and sometimes like some people don't really know like when to ever use the AAA compliance. Sometimes like me, um, but if you read them, they do make sense in context. So yeah, I think overall, um, looking at this, so looking at the AAA requirements, it's more talking about this one. If I'm understanding correctly, it's more talking about different modalities of usage. Um, this would not apply to about 90, 99.99% of websites. Like I said, the web is used in a vast majority of technologies. It's basically the backbone of what's that called? VS Code. I think for some, if you if that's the case. Yeah, but what else? That's pretty much that. Oh, comments.w. Interesting. Interesting. Yep. That's pretty much. I think that's pretty much it. So like, for the example that they've written down, they say if you connect another keyboard, another monitor to your software, to your browser, software, I'm gonna say software, to your software, it must be able to take in that input or output appropriately. But it says input mechanisms here, so I'm thinking that it's just keyboard, different types of input devices. But I would go as far as saying if your if you add another output device. Oh, some of them are kind of like input output, so touchscreen's an input output device. We'll see, but I guess it's just strictly inputs for this one. Oh, and attach a secondary monitor. Okay, content cannot be operated using this newly inputted device and doesn't assume that the keyboard, the first, is detected. Yeah, touch enabled monitor. Yeah, it's another input device. So it's just straight inputs. I guess I would go as far as say if you add another monitor, and it shouldn't switch monitors. It shouldn't just like buzz out. But I think Windows has I think the default for Windows, if you add another monitor, would be to mirror, and that's a good default functionality because mirroring would make the touchscreen already usable as is, and you could just shut things out with the other one and not have to unplug it. So I think mirroring is the best. Mirroring the main monitor would be the best default output there. Yeah, but it's just talking about inputs. Totally fine. But also, yeah, like I said, I was go as far as to say is that the output would also be mirrored as a default would be nice. But who knows? Who knows? Yeah, so the event handlers, native event handlers should be used, essentially. You create your custom one. I think the most custom one that you could definitely see is like the mouse. So like the position of your mouse, like oh yeah, this changes upon the position of your mouse and everything. That's like a custom one. Yeah. So hardware agnostic representation of input devices. Pointer events. Oh yeah, there can't be any blocking of no blocking. Like that's basically what I was trying to say. If there's any blocking of inputs, that's a huge no. If let's say your web page froze at any point, that's a huge no. because it's um, trying to handle the input. So there's a blocking instruction there, and it basically freezes the web page. Yeah, even though it's working, right? It just can't do that. And there should be, and there, yeah, it's basically trying to be as robust as possible. Yeah, links are crazy dense. Even though like most of the time you just use it for referencing another website, it's just crazy dense. Okay, for like if you know how SEO works, if you want to know a little more about SEO, like the scraper, the SEO god bot, right, gets updated from time to time, but for the most part, the basic example of what the bot does is like tenfold of what you think it does. So, if you ever programmed a spider, that's what these they're named, right? If you ever programmed a spider, right, you first things first, you would have to look at the network packets that come in, right? Read the headers and interpret the packet inside of the header, right? Upon every request, and that's in itself is crazy. Looking at, okay, so you're trying to first interpret DNS, so the DNS packets, and then you're trying to navigate to the website after the name resolution is complete. And after the name resolution is complete and you've navigated to the web page and requested the web page, you would get to interpret the HTML. And after you interpret the HTML, you'd have to get the supporting documents such as the CSS or JavaScript, and/or JavaScript, and images. My God. And then once you interpreted the getting the supporting documentation, you would then have to, I guess, fill in the progressions, like fill in the functionality of the web page by JavaScript, like, dissect the JavaScript and add that to the HTML. And you have to potentially then request more information, because in React, right, it's straight up just full JavaScript, and where you just have to do that in a perpetual cycle, right? Maybe perpetual cycle maybe is too much, but for at least 2 or 3 cycles, because your React component can be requesting multiple things. So you have to create a spider that specifically handles React apps. So every time, let's say there's a refresh in the fetching data, like I think it's called use effect. There has to be a functionality for your bot, your spider, to interpret that use effect and what that does. Because at the end of the day, it's just, right, it's just interpreting the code, right? And then the code, or what you can do is forget all of that and isolate the browser and interpret, okay, if just if everything was a browser, right, and um, just use everything that you just said, the DNS all the way to the HTML, and have just the browser interpret everything. Okay, since your browser is interpreting everything, right, handling the requests all the way to displaying the functionality and then interpreting everything, right? Then, without that big framework of what React does or what the current framework is doing, right? You kind of have to like, okay, guess, right? Guess sometimes, like, if after you click on this link, right? Is it an actual link that you're thinking about, or is it like there's so many things. Is this a resource that you can request, right? Or is this like a made up thing that is in JavaScript? And so those are important because in terms of SEO, right? Like if you request it, like that is a what's that called? That is a it's going to interpret that as part of the web page, and maybe depending on the if it's Google, Bing, or DuckDuckGo, they might interpret that as relevant or non-relevant to your webpage, and maybe it is relevant, and it's just not counting because you're using that framework, and yeah, that sucks. And for the most part, Google, I think Google is doing their very best on interpreting the React framework into their bot. So it's not bad. Not bad. It's just I think it's just like for SEO, you want the bot to easily read what your website's about. And yeah, you could use Next.js or whatever. But the idea is do it right and make it relevant so the bot can pick up everything that is necessary and then dip. Okay. So keyboard accessible. So I think I gave you guys, I mean, I kind of understood. Some people don't really understand keyboard navigation. Some people say, okay, let's just use a narrator, right? A screen reader, basically, and just use the highlight feature on that screen reader. And you'll be right. You'll be right in that it does highlight everything on the web page for you. But this is more geared towards not having to people not really wanting to use a screen reader and maybe not having the luxury to using the screen reader. What do you do? There's a few things that you can do. One, if you're like a power user like me, you could tab through the website. So that's one mode of functionality that you have to think of. So just raw web browser and a keyboard. So for the accessibility website, W3C website. There, skip to content, and there, right? Skip to content, there. And then if you inspect, right, there's the body. Okay, there's the href here that says skip to content. And stuff like that. And this is stylized. This is JavaScript, it's JavaScript, straight JavaScript functionality. Because if it's not, it'll just show itself there, right? So it's basically a hidden text blurb here that says skip to content. Right, you see that animation? It goes back up. And you see how it's highlighting? Highlighting. And this could be confusing for like the first time users, but like how it's structured is that this is the previous section, next section of the input modalities, basically. Stuff like that. Oh wait, this is basically the cookie crumbs. That's what I'm trying to say. Cookie crumbs. Okay. I went off in that huge tangent. Okay, cookie crumbs. Yeah, there's just so many. So like so many frames, like frames that I can try to incorporate this on. I think for the most part, what I do want to restrict this to is I think okay. I do like the idea, when I was doing the tables section, right? The tables is that I restricted the topic to what was bare bones and necessary. So, what do you need to know for the more advanced topics? What do you need to know? Right? That might take some time to like cook, to simmer. Right? Because that's pretty much what I want out of this, right? So that might be something to keep in mind. What do I want from this? What do I want? What do you want, Tam? Okay. It's hard to isolate, right? It's so hard for me to isolate. Okay. So distinguishable, keyboard accessible, navigable. Okay. Yeah, links have to deal with behavior from the user, and tables don't. So that's why it's a little more complicated, and that's fine. That's fine. Figuring how to structure, right? Because the techniques, it depends what you're trying to do too. So I'm trying to, because like a normal link 99% of the time it's just fine. It's just stylization. Yeah, it's basically just dealing with styles. Default styles should be already accessible. If it's not, then that's a problem with the web browser. Yeah, if it's just straight up HTML. I think there's like some type of myth that was going around where it's like you need titles for all your links and stuff. I was like, no, you don't. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, they just have so many good examples here. Maybe maybe so like this one, I think so archetypes, right? So archetypes of links. Maybe that's a, maybe that's something I want to deal with, right? Archetypes of links. So simple, navigation. This one is external. Okay, let's think of other things. Let me gather inspiration. Okay, so I think external links and then version. Yep. I think this is would be a super good example. Yep. href is empty. After this is, something. Okay. And then user defined, I guess. I think those are the three that I want to work on right now. And I'll think about the rest, but I think these are the three archetypes that I want to cover because they'll cover the majority of these topics. Majority. Um, like event listener, if you don't, this is event. Okay, I want to try to make it event listener that breaks, just breaks, and it's simple code. But okay, we're back. I gotta go to the restroom. I got a cup. All right, let's get cozy. Let's get cozy, guys. All right. I think Canvas is so robust in the event listener. Okay, this is event listener. Simple stuff. If you use the document API, it's so hard to crash your program, but I know how. I know how to, and I promise. Um, it's just very common. Very common. You know, very common to make non-asynchronous, just um, code, code, straight up, straight up. It's so fun. Okay. So here, navigation links. What do they call it here? I would call it Okay. Not downloading. I think I broke it. Okay. So here's the thing. If it's not functional, okay, links. Ooh, relative links, huh? Relative links. Let me sit on this. It's kind of funny. Dr. K. Can I think for a bit? All right, Suki. Suki. Yep. Yep. Yeah. All right, Suki. What should I do? I know I want archetypes of links. Maybe we could do like a type 1, type 2, or scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3. Probably do that. Scenario 1, scenario 2, and scenario 3. The Wii. Relative links. External links. Okay, so relative URLs. Relative URLs. External URLs. Mm. Okay, so I've I've done the curse of um putting external links as relative links. So let's say my website was google.com, right? Let's say, and the links inside google.com, let's say there's google.com/admin. Let's say there's like that, right? Inside the href, right? It's like this is straight inside the href, which is usability wise, right? It's not bad. But this is kind of like saying I'm going to another website. So it'll just go through that DNS process instead of href when you're already at Google. So what do guys? Let's see. Scenario. I think scenario's fine. Scenario. External links. Okay, scenario one is internal and external links. Or should I put them separately? I think there should be a contrast because, like, I think I could save some time by comparing them. Right. Compare intent. And then I think file types are a certain topic. Okay, this is where I should introduce what not to do, what I shouldn't do. So this is like talking about styles, like CSS styles. Sorry, guys. Okay, what's most common? Most common that I see is not really the mathematical formulas. It's more about these buttons. These are the most common that I see. Symbolic character text. I guess these are now boiling down to like archetypes of links, right? Because they have their functionality. I think this would categorize more in the terms of buttons or like JS. Or could I like categorize as user defined? What kind of user defined? Developer defined. Technically, that's what it is. Let's call it. It's like you could have an argument that these should be buttons instead, but to be honest, it all that really matters is that you describe it properly. And there's some default behaviors with buttons that you typically want instead of links. So it's just weighing your pros and cons, whether you want to program all that functionality yourself or not. But for the most part, they offer the same functionality. I think links has like a visited property. Buttons don't have a visited property that you need to handle. Stuff like that. Yeah, just handle everything. Yeah. So these are like, I think static links. And these are dynamic. I split them off there. Honestly, I'm thinking about redoing the table PowerPoint again. There's so many things. There's so many things I learned through that video. I think I'll keep going though. I think I'll keep going. I'll do the list first. This video's next. But yeah, so many things that like, cause I think though for the most part, right? Like I'm not really dissecting the WCAG guidelines properly. That's what I think. But the more that I do this, the more that I could see that, like, okay, I could try and retrofit the topic into, what the WCAG guidelines try and talk about. And maybe that's like the value that I'm trying to give. Or, or am I thinking too much about it where, like, it's super specific, right? Like all these animations, buttons, stuff like that, where it's not allowing me to do everything that I want. Because in my estimations, right, like tables, links, lists, menus, headings, color. And then after that, it would be videos. Oh, forms. Forms. Forms is so complicated. You gotta do a basic idea of forms. I think once you understand the basic idea, you could move that forward. But the idea is that order order does matter in everything that you do. I mean, in the web. You can try and force order on things. That ultimately doesn't help. It doesn't help in the long run. Um, Maybe it does actually. But if you want to, I guess, hide it in the code where like you would visually the visual representation versus the actual representation, I think order does matter. And yeah, a lot of people don't quite understand that. You got an ear booger. Okay. Okay. Um, BS. I'm actually reconsidering going through the WCAG standards here one by one. But would that make any sense, right? Because, okay, would that make any sense? Because, think about it. Alright, some of these, like, these are the high level things here. Some of these, it doesn't make sense, right? Okay. Does make sense out of like context. Like, oh, I go to these each one at a time, right? Adjustable time, pause, stop, and hide, like for video players, right? No timing. Interruptions, re-authenticating, timeouts. Yeah, there's so many things here. No, I think to put my ideas across, I'll get these high level ideas out first. I mean, not high level. Specific use case scenarios. Yeah, there's a lot of things that go into my mind right now. I'm reconsidering life as I know it. Okay, so I think this is too much. I think this is like the so what, right? And what I'm trying to do is you can do this, right? Okay, so I think with the tables, I decided on doing static stuff first, right? Static. Same with lists, static, all of that stuff. So nothing is actually dynamic. And I think that's where I'm gonna put my foot. Like I said, static and then dynamic. Because I might be eating, like, dissecting too much at one time, considering too much. So static first. So that would consider this. Like, what do you need to know? And then what you can do. Mechanisms. I think focus order focuses on ordering is important, not visual ordering. Okay, so intent. So link properties like clock. There's so many properties. Okay, so link properties. Link visited hover active. What the heck? Oh, bubbles of blur doesn't. Okay. So it reaches the parent. I mean, reaches. Or they have full support for everything. This categorized as like dynamic, right? But it would be more towards a static link. I think me. It applies to a static link because like it goes under styling. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, focus in. It's crazy. No. Interesting. API, web APIs. I think this is what it's okay. Keyboard navigable. It's okay. Yeah. I mean, I could see why, like, for per use case, it's. I could just do something like this. But this doesn't even cover about this. This kind of loses about half, right? Half of what WCAG, WCAG, um, basically trying to convey. But I think that's fine. I think that's okay. Ultimately, this is for me for studying, and I do want to put things out there so that it solidifies my brain and that tables, forms, media, video. Animation touch. Let's go with. There's no links, but I need to put something out there. Links. Mm. Yeah, I'm a little tired. Damn, it's like 6. Um, I guess the intro could be make your static HTML links accessible. In this case, like types of links doesn't really matter in this case. Logo advert link is fine. Um, more of like more like remind me of what I'm doing. And then I'll be like static links. I'm so tired. Context. You are hosting static page about pages. And you got complaints about how your website is inaccessible. I think I can. I could create a shitty looking website. It's so easy to. Okay, so peach is peach. Uh, what's a good peach farm name? Just peach farm. Get straight to the point. Peach or peach. Uh, okay. Create a terrible so include navigation. Uh, navigation things include bad navigation, bad colors, schema, buttons. Oh, bad use case for context. And Accessible links. Okay. Coolio. Coolio Dulio. Yeah, guys, I think that's it. I'm getting really tired for some reason, and I think I need to take a nap or something to recharge. So, yeah, thank you everybody for coming in and watching. I really appreciate you guys. I really do. I think next time tomorrow I'll be recording the list video. And yeah, hopefully that will go pretty well. So yeah, lists. Yeah, I'm not really so like styling everything is so important. But that's something that we can dissect later. I think for now, making it as accessible as possible is the main goal. Keeping it simple. Keeping it simple. And building up from there. I think if I'm able to do that, right? Like if I'm able to keep it simple, right, we could build something. Um I think I could try and pivot to like an accessible like reviews reviews like accessibility on websites, right? Like that can be a thing. Just an idea as a thought. I think for the most part that those are the types of channels that do get more views, and I think people are more interested in that type of content. So maybe I would be doing them a huge favor if I do that instead. But we'll see. I'll try to put everything out. Um yeah. Yeah. I just think HTML is just there's so many things you could do with the web. There's like expected things and unexpected things that are that's capable of, and so uh, there's just so many topics that I do want to cover. But most of all, my main goal, I'll write it down. It is to understand the current capabilities of what we have for accessibility of accessibility that is already standardized, right? So these are accessibility standards that are already there, that is already in play, and you don't really need to rewrite the playbook, right? If you already follow these rules, follow these guidelines, then you should be fine. Accessibility standards. And if you do want to rewrite these standards, make it yourself. There's a lot more strain that you gotta work on. You know, there's a lot more strain. Accessibility standards. So the goal is to understand the current capability of web accessibility. I think that's the goal, the ultimate goal. And I'll write that down on my receipt. All right, you see that? I'll be on my computer forever. Okay, I think I'm going at an okay pace. Kind of breaking down links. Not really focusing too much on dynamic because most of the problems aren't dynamic, which is quite funny. Like 99% of the problems that I kind of come across, I mean, not 90, 80%, what I come across is just straight static problems. Like these are easy fixes. The ones that do take a lot of mental like capacity would be the more dynamic, service oriented stuff. And that takes a lot more thinking and a lot more, there's a lot more moving parts there. So if we could have a higher standard to the web, where the components, by itself are accessible in of itself, then we are good. 80% of the problems is fixed. Now it's just making that all piece together in a more dynamic, more service oriented way. Then there we have a problem. There we have like 1 month, 2 months of just trying to outline how the user might interact with your new service. And yeah, that's just sticky. I mean, this is just me thinking about a basic topic for how to describe links. But in my head, I'm just thinking about, how does this link, how can this link be created where it's like part of an application, right, with different behaviors, custom behaviors. Yeah, and I'm just like, okay, maybe me, right? Maybe like how I'm thinking about it, it's not too structured, but it is something I'm thinking of because it is part of the idea for me of links. And so yeah, I don't want to blab too much about it, but what I do want to get out of this is a better framework on accessibility, because right now my framework, I feel that my framework is not as crisp as I like it to be. Because uh, because I need the scenario. Like I need scenario, I need context. And I think going off of nothing, right? I think I could do a better explanation on that because it's going off nothing, and for the most part, if no one really has an understanding what accessibility is, right, then it's pretty hard to continue that conversation, right? There's no foundation, and so the foundation of accessibility is ultimately to um, is ultimately for that anybody, anybody, um, no matter what walk of life that you're in, you can access and be given the same interpretation of this information as anybody else. So that's the idea, ultimate idea, the spirit of the law of accessibility, where um, yeah, no matter where you are in life, whether you have your yeah, okay, yeah, I think oh my gosh, I think I just brain farted, but it's basically me trying to explain that idea to somebody, right? Because yeah, I think accessibility in this term, right, is negatively impacting, like, let's say the people with disabilities, but it's more impacting the fact that they're not getting the exact interpretation of information as everyone else. And that's where misunderstandings can happen, and that's where these standards kind of come from. And so it's kind of like saying no matter who you are, no matter what disability you have, you can interpret the information the same way as if you didn't have a disability. So there's different types of disabilities, that come into play, and you know these kind of standards kind of scratch that understanding, that itch, right? Of what who are the types of people that can be using your application, and you know whether you want to include them or not. I mean, uh, that's kind of like a question that everyone kind of answers, like, yeah, I want to include everybody as much as I can, ideally, but ultimately it comes down to the number, right? How much return on investment, ROI, can happen from it, and is it even feasible? um, you could make an argument that it can be feasible, maybe in a span of 10 years, but like, is that enough, right? Is that enough ROI, right? And I think, right? I think there are some business owners that really don't look at the long-term aspect too much, right? They kind of just say, oh yeah, this is just FUD, and I don't really have to change anything. If I do change stuff, then it would cost me too much money to maintain and stuff like that. But yeah, there's just so many things that that I think just hinders the progression of this. But I'll do my best in spreading the good word. Yeah, it's images of text. For the most part, like images of text, you kind of try and not do that. For the most part, like things like Canvas, like there's other alternatives to these things, right? SVGs in particular, Canvas. Yeah, so many other things. There's like even I think some websites even have custom PDF viewers. For the most part, I think that's super impressive. But secondly, like the PDF viewer in it of itself, it's difficult to scrape and to add that to the to your SEO. So yeah, overall, like it's difficult. Like there's strategies behind SEO, and I understand the strategies, but for the most part, like this, if you understand this, you kind of understand the underlying factors of SEO. But strategies are endless, I think. So props to the SEO gods that create that better digital environment for everybody. So animation, yeah, autoplay. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good here. Talking about links. Yeah, yes, there's so many things, guys. So many things. Okay, let's see. Yeah, just use lists. Okay. I think this is a DL here. Let's look at that. Yep. Description list. The thing about the description list is that not a lot of people use it. And so the screen reader, doesn't really give you that topic, that like title and like description very well. All right, let me fact check myself. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna use NVDA for
Welcome
this.
to NVDA. Understanding Success Criterion 2.4.9, Link Purpose, Link Only, Way W3C Mozilla Firefox. Understanding Success Criterion 2.4.9, Link Purpose, Link Only.
Interesting.
LW
I can't hear it
3C.
right now. Maybe my audio's off. Yeah, my audio was off.
Link skip to content. Visited link W's. Informative explanations. Link about. Link out of out heading heading level 2 in brief. List with 6 items goal. Users understand what each link will do. What to do. Provide descriptive names. Why it's important. Descriptive link text is more understandable for all users, especially when using assistive technology.
Yeah, it doesn't really title.
What users goal. Users goal out of list with 6 items goal. Users understand what each link will what to do. Provide why it's important. Descriptive link text is more understandable.
I don't know.
For all
I think
users,
there should be like a
out of list. The intent, content, same destinations would consist sufficient to describe the purpose. No next table. List with 3 items bullet this success they are not interested in. Avoiding the keystroke. Return to the current bullet people with cognitive content. Bullet people with visual disabilities will benefit from not losing their place in the content when they list with 4 items. Both an icon and text are included in the same link. An icon of a voting are combined to make a list of book titles. A list of books is available in 3 formats, HD, the book, for each, well as the format, out of list heading. Resources are for information, list with 3 items bullet link using link titles to help users predict where they are. Bullet link web aim techniques for hypertext links. Bullet link hidden barriers, out of sight. Out of list heading level 2 technique. Each numbered item in this section represents a technique or necessary link on heading level 3 sufficient list with 7 items bullet link aria bullet link G91 bullet link H30 providing link text that bullet link H24 providing text alternatives
links
for the area elements
links
document H24 exit and
links are I mean the lists, description lists in particular, I think that can be improved. There's no really separation verbally within the title and description, and I think that's like that's a shame, because in the tables they do have kind of that differentiator, right? So, and also headers too. But if I could design it myself, I would. But there's just so many talented people at NVDA and other screen readers that they can, they can do that. All right. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I will be resting. I'll be recording tomorrow, so watch out for that. I'll be streaming and also recording myself, like last time I did on the table. Yeah, I'll make snippets and stuff, but hopefully I'm just spending about 3 hours recording and editing. Yeah, 3 hours recording and editing. For the links part, um, I'll probably just do something. Give a different scenario. I'll probably look at a website or something and say, okay, these links, just reference a bad website, and then just say these links aren't accessible, violates these rules, etc., etc. But yeah, that's pretty much, what I have to consider there, to make things easy to understand. Yeah, I might just split things out into like dynamic or custom properties. Like custom. Let me do that. Custom. Also, okay, looking at the table stuff, right? I don't think I should include. Um, do you think I should have included like these 3 rules? I think I should have, right? Yeah, it's fine. I shouldn't do the rules. I should do the rules portion. Decisions, guys. Okay. Cool. I will focus on links. Yeah, in context, and then this is out of context. Strategies. Okay. Let me find or I'll find a website that I'll just find a popular website. I think there's one. I think there's like one that I know for sure. Was it this one or was it React? React. Let's see. Yeah, that's minor. Let's see. What else? What else? Oh, I think that might be it. It can't access them more. I can't. Using tab. Can't. I think Verizon's also one. No, it was. Was it Verizon? Yeah, it's very difficult to see. Yeah, but this one for sure, I know what it is. I really can't access that at all. I can't access them more. I'll probably just. I'll probably. I don't want to say bully. I'll probably use them as a. As a. Yeah. I'll message them. I'll message them. So this one would deal with navigation, right? Navigation. That just. Yeah, that links to a new. I'm okay. I'm okay. They're doing. They're committed. They're committed to doing their best. Let's see. Line up, right? A modal. Okay, so let's select this. It's gonna be really hard for me to get that access, get that focus. What? What was it selecting? You got to be kidding me. Okay, so order two. Why is that selected? Oh, it's data order, not tab order. Okay, I select this. Next. Those arrows. I will um I mean the navigation part's difficult, I guess. Like that's the That's the thing. I'll use EDC again. Pretty sure if they do update, their navigation of more. Okay, let me pull up NVDA.
EDC Las Vegas, clickable navigation landmark, visited link current, visited link visited link, visit, link more. Out of list link, navigation land, out of list link bypass it, navigation landmark. No next and caps lock. EDC Las Vegas, select tick, guide, travel, guide, busy, about blank, EDC week May 5th, guide, travel, lineup visited link, experience, hotel EDC visited link current page, experience, tickets visited link, list with 7 items GA bullet experience camp EDC visited link.
All right, what's your terms of use?
Content info landmark terms of use link, exit and
Well, anyways, I'm acting in good faith. I'll send them an accessibility what violation on why they don't meet it. But for the most part, like, I'm still posting the video. I'm not getting money from this. They're getting exposure, and whether they react positively or negatively, it's not up to me. Let's see, it's keyboard. Yeah, like these are inaccessible. Like they're just straight up hiding it. Music, they have some stuff here. Yeah, but this portion, yeah, there's no. I'll send them a good worded email because I'm nice. I'll send an email later. I'll put that in my notes. Send email. Smiley face. I think I'll send one by one, but yeah, this one is kind of necessary. Okay, let me give you a website that actually does it right. Apple. Yeah, Apple has that like, you know, that thing. That arrow. Oh gosh, I should be
Apple
sleeping.
Mozilla Firefox, Apple Document, Global Navigation Landmark, List, iPhone menu button collapsed, expanded, collapsed, expand, Explore iPhone list with collapsed, list with 2 items watch link. Watch menu button collapsed, expanded, collapsed, access, list with 2 items support expanded, collapse, search, shopping bag button, mainland, buy iPhone, learn, front view of a woman wearing Apple Vision Pro with the front lens appearing black and obscuring her eyes. She is wearing a white, long-sleeve shirt buttoned up to her neck. Within seconds, the black of the Apple Vision Pro lens fades away, the woman's eyes are revealed, and she blinks. Her mouth forms a slight, welcoming smile. Front view of a woman wearing Apple Vision Pro with the front lens appearing black and obscuring her eyes. She is wearing a white, long-sleeve shirt buttoned up to her neck. Within seconds, the black of the Apple Vision Pro lens fades away, the woman's eyes are revealed, and she, front view of a woman front view, titanium. Heading, link learn, heading, global nav button shop, blank, out of list main landmark heading level 2 Apple Vision Pro. Welcome to the era of, link learn more about Apple Vision, front view of a woman wearing Apple, front view of a woman, heading level 2 iPhone 15 Pro. Apple Vision Pro heading, open
I mean,
link,
it's not.
new window D2 of 3. Exit NV.
I mean, I'm wondering why there's 3, but their navigation's on point, right? Open collapsed. That would be a good thing to add. Okay. Interesting. As I went to the initials hours page, it didn't go all the way up, which is interesting. Let me, because it's supposed to go up and then you can skip to main. I don't know what I clicked on. Yeah, I don't know what I clicked on. Okay, let me see if I go to festivals to this page. Explore more. Okay, maybe under here, explore more. Festivals, raves, concert clubs. Festival, raves, concert clubs. And then there's live stream. Okay. Events, festival, raves, concerts, clubs, festivals. Yeah, I can't select these. Oh, enter. Okay. All right, I'll work on this website. There's a bit of things that needs to be covered. What's the difference? Okay, we'll go to events. You have to click on this modal to use that. So this is a bit inaccessible. I mean, that functionality is inaccessible. But all the information can be loaded, which is technically
NVDA dialog events,
not inaccessible,
Insomniac
but like
Mozilla Firefox events, navigation main landmark all events link blank clickable navigate photo music in blank clickable navigate blank click busy about blank events who we are photo events Insomniac busy main landmark all events link blank search edit blank main all edit figure project glow DC graphic link project glow DC heading level 3 link buy tickets link figure EDC Las Vegas graphic EDC buy ticket figure beyond on sale 2/9 figure excision heading buy tickets link figure excision visited events/concerts excision next no mail add an mail excision exit
okay. I think this is a good website. Okay, so breaking this down. Navigation, color schemas. Okay, so color schema, like there's a lot of things to it. So contrast, and then it's like it needs to be like seen. Like have to know that's link. Like have to know that is a link. That's very hard to see that that's a link. But like obviously like there's a cursor on it. The I mean how I would structure it would probably be this whole entire card is a link, but this button since it bubbles, like this button has its own link, for buy the tickets. Uh context. Okay, so buy tickets needs more context. Because there's multiple tickets. You know, you don't know what link you're clicking on. So color schema is like links are not. There's multiple strategies to this. If you want to keep the same design, which is totally fine, you just gotta make sure like the supporting information is necessary for a screen reader. Because for the most part, like I could visually see that possibly like Project Glow DC, like this button correlates to that. But for a screen reader, it's quite difficult because you can't visually see it. I mean, I could kind of like if I close my eyes, I could kind of see that oh, this goes to a different link. But yeah. And I think it's for the most part this might be duplicated, right? This link is duplicated. I think there's a bit of a rule to that. I'm not gonna press too much on that rule. It's very minute. Minor detail. This one's Carnival. Carnival. Front gate tickets. I mean, for the most part, everything that is kind of put here, in one place or another, it is accessible, but the navigation doesn't really call for that very well, right? Yeah, go explore more here. For some parts, it's fine, but um, it's about easily accessing the information, and through features like this, since you do want them to be easily accessible, because these are different types of events, concerts. And I think this, what it does is that it goes to an external site, if I'm reading that correctly. It goes to an external site. And the buy tickets is an external site. Let me just try and double check
Welcome
myself.
to NVDA dialog. Welcome to NV. Clickable navigate. Main landmark excision heading level 3 visited link. Buy tickets visited link. Nexus tour concert figure visited link graphic excision. Out of figure heading level 254 events. Figure visited link graphic excision. Out of figure concerts all ages. Visited link heading level 3 excision. Nexus tour presented by Bass Rush. Tuesday, March 26, 2024. Detroit MI. Visited link buy tickets. Figure link graphic excision. Out of figure concerts all ages. Link heading level 3 excision. Nexus tour presented by Bass Rush. Wednesday, March 27th, Cincinnati OH. Link buy tickets. Figure link graphic level up. Out of figure concerts 18+. Link heading level 3 level up. Seance Tour Part 2 present Thursday, March 20, San Fran. Link buy tickets. Thursday, March 28th, 2024.
I might be nitpicking, but the main part is that the buy tickets is out of context. It's inaccessible. It's inaccessible because I mean I'm looking at AAA standard. Of course, this one's looking at AA, but in context, AA
Exit.
So in context. So the purpose of each link can be determined from the context alone or from the link together. Okay, a link contains text that gives a description. Okay. So it's inside like a paragraph, is preceded by text. So a page contains sentence. Learn more about and go vote, where go vote's a link. Okay, I think this is probably the more appropriate one. Okay, the main page lists a few sentences of each article, followed by read more. A screen reader command to the current page provides context to interpret the link, which is fine. So the question is, does this give enough context? Does the information before give enough context? I think some would disagree, but in this context, since we're on the Insomniac page, I would definitely agree. But I would kind of say in terms of like understanding, right? Because if you look at somebody with that just try to essentially someone who is navigating your website for a long time now, and maybe they went through 50, 60 events, right? And of course, right now you don't know the order and where you're at, so you try to get more context surrounding it. It would be much easier for somebody with a screen reader to hear the call to action of buy tickets for a specific event instead of just say buy tickets, because buy tickets, there's no really a landmark where like you can appropriately say like yeah, I know what that link does, you know, by itself. I don't. In this case, I can make a case that even though this is a triple A standard, I would say that it's much easier to for someone with a screen reader to buy a ticket if they know exactly which event that is correlating to. Because if I was navigating for such a long time and someone told me to come back and navigate through the links, I would pick the one that says buy tickets for Excision. And it can even go as far as say buy tickets for Excision on March 27th. Like that would be a more that'll be a better differentiator because there's more than one Excision concert. And if there's ever the case that there's different locations for the same concert, you could say March buy tickets for Excision on March 27th in Cincinnati, Ohio. but that's me, and I'll just call that a triple A standard. Double A, 1A is already, it's fine. In context, it's great. Single A. In totality. Because if someone were navigating through links, right? So in screen reader, in a screen reader, you can navigate through links, and it could be super easy to navigate the links, navigate through links that way. And I think this in the case for like screen reader power users, but they can, and if they really wanted to, they could just go through the buy ticket links only and read for the event name and stuff, which makes it a whole lot easier to read. But yeah, okay, use of color is fine. Keyboard fails the keyboard. Focus order, I think focus order is fine. Label in name, so the label for the links, which is inside the anchor tag. So basically the goal is the trigger for speech. Like, what's this for? So we'll say buy tickets is good enough. These just more custom actions here. Current mechanism is not, it's not appropriate to this context. There's nothing custom about this.
Beyond Wonderland Chicago June 1st, clickable experience link, main landmark select ticket 2-day GA. List with one item 2-day GA link heading level 4. What's included but 1 festival ticket, free water refill stations, food, and select deposit button, list with one item heading level 4 link 2-day GA.
Link.
Out of list button what's included. List with 2 items, free water refill station, out of list, busy, about blank. 2024 Beyond Wonderland Chicago, 2-day GA experience pass busy, banner landmark link skip to content, main menu bar menu item home menu item sub menu sign in menu item manage order menu item contact menu out of menu bar main landmark heading level banner menu item home menu out of menu main menu item home menu item sub menu sign in menu item manage order menu item contact out of event heading left ages 18 plus heading event heading left banner menu item home menu item sub menu sign in menu item manage order menu item contact menu
That
items
navigation is inaccessible.
heading ages 8 link at hunt 30 show at 2 p.m. Beyond heading level 4
This
visit
2GA
2-day GA show at 2 p.m. Beyond Wonderland Chicago June 1st
goes to like a buy order page.
2024 Beyond Wonderland Chicago.
And
GA
there's
experience
nothing
path.
indicating
Show at
that
2 p.m.
is to.
Beyond Wonderland Chicago June 1st +2, 2024 Huntington Bank Pavilion
It
at
just says
Northerly
select
Island
tickets.
2024 Beyond Wonderland Chicago.
Maybe it's like
2-day GA
select tickets
show
for
at 2 p.m.
the general
Beyond
admission.
Wonderland Chicago June 1st +2, 2024 Huntington Bank Pavilion at Northerly Island out of list button what's included. Out of list button select tickets. List without deposit 19 heading button button select tickets. Button what's included. Button select 2-day GA. 2-day GA. List with one item heading level 4 visited link 2-day GA. Out of list button. List with out of list button select tick. 2-day GA. List with one item heading level 4 visited link 2-day GA. Busy. About blank. 2024. Nav S. O O O P. Apple Mozilla Firefox. Clickable. List with two items. Store menu but. Store link. Apple visited link. Apple visited link. List with two items. Store link. Store menu button, expanded. Collapse, expand, shop list with 7A, out of list, list with T. Out of list, link, out, button collapsed, expanded. Out of heading, list, link, Mac Studio. Collapsed. 2024 Beyond Wonderland show at 2 p.m. Banner landmark link skip to content. Select, select tickets button.
I think it's good for now. I'll send them an email about everything that I've discovered. Alright, Suki. Okay, well, hope you guys have a nice time. I didn't really explain too much about it. I'll go over it tomorrow with the video. But yeah, I will expand on this script a little more and give